Is my audio working? I think it is. Let's check it. It works. I see one victim. Who's the minion? Who's the yummy, delicious minion? Somebody's there. Radioactive Scale RC. He is the first minion. There we go. Happy New Year. A new year for stalking critters and victims. Hello, Claude B and DeWitt 3D and Ian Halligan. $3DRCNC, how are you doing? Stanley, Geoffrey Herbert, Arno Anderson, 3D print creator and XR control. Shutdown 2021. What's that mean? Well, the first one, mine didn't work very well. You haven't heard me say too much about it because, well, that's the proper thing to do. It wasn't their fault. The first printer was, I think DHL played football with it clear across the planet to get it to me. So there was actual frame components that were bent, and it was very hard to make it print properly. It was basically crap, and it wasn't their fault. So I couldn't blame them for it. And, well, I was surprised that they sent me a second one. And this one does not look like it got beat the hell out of. So, round two, fight. Well, things will be calming down now. The election in Georgia is over. It's just a matter of confirming everything. Pretty much nothing will happen between now and January 20th. So now we can just put all that crap behind us and see what happens. Really? You had yours got beat up real bad too? See, I can't. That's the reason you stopped seeing any videos from me on this printer, was because, well, I can't blame the company for something that's outside their control. I mean, I don't care how well you pack a printer, they beat the living shit out of that box. I mean, when you get a cardboard box that is starting to become round instead of square because the cardboard is so soft from being beat over and over again, there's nothing you can do to fix that. That's a shipping issue. Wow. So I was very pleased when I didn't ask for a second one. I let them know. I was like, hey, I can't give you a whole lot of feedback. Um, it's just, the printer is so beat up. I don't know how much of the issues are design issues and how much of the issues are damage from shipping. I was like, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna shithole the printer on video because it's not your fault. But when I have time, I'll attempt to see if I can disassemble the machine and figure out which components are bent and see what I can fix. And this just showed up. I didn't even know it was coming. So that's pretty awesome of them. My gut told me it should be a fantastic machine. I mean, the build quality was excellent. The mechanics look good. It's solid and rigid. You know, my instincts told me this should be a good machine. You know, but obviously I have to show that. I can't just say that. Email me or DM me or whatever a link to your video. I want to watch that later. Oddly enough, I like watching other people's videos of printers I do. As a matter of fact, I like it even better when I can watch their videos first, so I can make sure to look out for any issues that they had. But, yeah, I'll take a look at that video. Hey, Pygar. 3DR CNC, any tips for flexible build plates? I assume, are you in Sweden? I'm not sure where you are, but I'm assuming you're not in the US if you don't want Wham Bam, because that's my favorite, it's Wham Bam. But TH3D will probably be out as well, since that's a US company. You're looking at Chinese. So you're looking at GearBest and Banggood and Alibaba, stuff like that. So it doesn't really matter which one you get. A flex plate is a flex plate. They're all pretty much the same. There are quality differences. So Wham Bam uses better 3M adhesive. They use a thicker magnetic sheet. They use a thicker steel plate that's cut a little more cleanly. But those are convenience things. I mean, I like those convenience things, but ultimately those are convenience things and don't affect function as much as we might think. So just buy a magnetic sheet from whatever source is convenient for you. Unless you like PEI, ideally you want a bare metal flex plate so that you can put whatever skin you want on it. If it comes with a skin, it's probably PEI. And I don't usually suggest doing two-sided mag sheets because the steel plates tend to have a bias, meaning they want to go one way versus the other way. And when you put it on both sides and you flip it over, it tends to pop up off the mag sheet. Especially if you don't have a real strong mag sheet like Wham Bam's mag sheet, which is like crazy strong. But otherwise, just order whichever one is the correct size for your printer. Remember, you don't order based on your print volume. You order based on the physical dimensions of your aluminum heat bed. So measure your heated build plate and see what those dimensions are as if you were ordering a glass sheet, and that's the size mag sheet you need to order. Is there a way to for disabling premieres from getting shown in my recommended videos? I don't know. You're getting a lot. I've never actually seen a premiere in my recommended videos. I guess I just don't subscribe to people who do premieres. I don't know. Let's see. And you filter. YouTube. I do not see a way of filtering out premieres yet. You could turn off notifications for the people who have premieres, but then you're going to stop getting notifications for their regular videos as well. As of right now, I don't think there's an easy way to do that. XR Control, you rock, dude. Thank you very much. Don't forget, Patreon and PayPal links are in the description. That is the way I get support from my minion army, and I appreciate every single dollar you guys send. It's literally how I make my living. Wow. Yeah, see, I don't get any when I go to mine. Let's see. YouTube. So when I go to mine, this is what I see. I got reminders for upcoming lives, but that's not a premiere. That's just a reminder for a live. But I don't see premiere, so it must be. Although I get a lot of this crap, breaking news, all this political junk. I kind of wish I could just delete that entire bar because I never watch a single video in that bar. Ooh, another One Painful Year. I love watching this stream or this series. I want to see his new Snowcat. That looks interesting. I'm not subscribed to Clear Value. This guy's a bit of a dimwit, but I don't watch him. But he's always in my stream, my list. It would be nice if they could just like let you filter out premieres. Just not show premieres in your recommended. Still show you the guy's videos, but not fill your thing with premieres, because that would get annoying if your recommended list all filled with the same crap. I can see that getting. Yeah, I don't see any premieres at all. So it must just be depending on who you're subscribed to. And you just have the misfortune of being subscribed to people who use premieres. Yeah, that's right. Creality has mag plates as well. Exactly. I like the Creality build tack style. It doesn't get damaged when I take my... Let me switch cameras. It doesn't tend to get damaged when I use my chisel on it, because it doesn't have any give. There's no softness to it, and it sticks like gangbusters. I love the fake tack stickers. Oh, really? He's going to get some injection molding done. That's awesome. I got your message with the 3 videos, Brian. So I will check them out later. So he's actually getting injection molded parts made. That's freaking awesome. Let me get rid of this YouTube. I don't need that. Made sure the microphone was working this time. Yeah, there are certain channels that are just always a must-watch for me. Let's see. If you guys haven't seen them, where is my... This one? Yes, that one. So, I like Kevin for the latest stimulus news and all that crap. He's fun to listen to, and there's no bullshit. There's no clickbait. There's no exaggeration. He's just fun to listen to. Of course, 3D Printing Nerd. He's always fun. If you like gaming, I like Project and Curses. He's one of my favorites. That's not what I asked you to do. Don't ever do that again. Make Anything. He's one of the best. I mean, he doesn't put out videos very often, but when he does, they're amazing. No, we're not talking about the Creality C-Mag. Okay. Creality has 2 magnetic print surfaces. One is the one that comes with like the Ender 5. It's like flexible. It's like soft and flexy. You do not want that, because it will actually warp up with larger parts. You don't want that surface at all. It's junk. What you want is the steel flex plate. It's a steel plate with a print surface on it. That's the one you want. Lawful Masses is great. He's awesome. Let's see who else is good. I like DIY Different. They're building a house. I just enjoy watching them. Nothing to do with 3D printing or anything. Let's see. TH3D. He could be good. He has good live streams. Answers lots of questions. Who else? Where's all my... AVE is great. BigClive.com is great. 5 Up and Hoffa were just sickos. I mean, you do not want to be in a murder room with them, because you will die. Let's see what else. Not a whole lot of 3D printing lately. Yeah, just not a whole lot on my list lately. These people tend to release videos like every other day. You're probably in here somewhere. Let's see. Yep, you're in here. You're in my list. But YouTube doesn't show me your stuff, so I have to manually go to your channel to get your stuff. But yeah, you're in there. 3D Print Creator, 3D Print Nerd, 3D Print Newbie, 3D Printing Professor, 3D Printing World, 3D Bot Maker. So you're in there. It just, YouTube doesn't put you in my recommended watching list for some reason. There's that. There it is. There's you. So you're there. They just don't show me a whole lot of your stuff unless I go to your channel and look it up myself. RC Snowmobile. No, I have not. So, it's the nature of YouTube. Why is it so chilly in here? I appreciate it, man. Thank you. Let's check it out. Radioactive Scale RC. Yep, I'm subscribed to you already. Oh, you make those. Yeah, I remember why I subscribed to you. You make those sicko, wicked, realistic RC cars. Look at this. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Makes you want to drool. Cool. What, that's 3D printed? Are you telling me that Jeep body is 3D printed? No, that's not 3D printed. It doesn't look like it's 3D printed. That is badass, though. Look at the freaking tires on that thing, man. Oh, there's your battery pack hidden underneath there. Okay. Hey, where'd you get those tiny little bungee cords? I'm always looking for little tiny bungee cords. They're hard to find. I use them for hanging up my wreaths in the door. Jesus. It's crazy the amount of detail, the amount of realism that can go into these RC cars anymore. I still got my 8th scale car I got to get working. And I got a couple 10th scale ones here that I got off of that special review site. Okay. I got to get some PVC pipe to fix my chair because the piston can't hold my weight, so it's always dropping down, which is a real pain in the butt. Okay. Let's just do that for now and get it out of the way. No problem, man. Good content. That's a new knife I got off Amazon. I thought that was pretty slick. Knack 3D! Yeah, my latest goddamn freaking benchy failed again. I just quit. I stopped it. But I keep getting these. Something happens during the print where the nozzle gets bumped or something like that, and I get these freaking. It might be hard to see on the video here, but I get these freaking cracks that go through the. I could break this in half right where it is. See, look. It just comes apart where it is. You know, wherever I have one of those little cracks, the model just comes right apart. Here's another one. Yeah, it just comes right apart. It's like something gets shifted, and wherever that shift occurs, it'll break right on that shift. Like it's nothing. It's just pissing me off. You know, back here is fine. See? No cracks back here. All this is fine. I could twist and bend. It's fine. Support is fine. Look at that. Look how nice and clean that support comes out. I just pop it right out. The support just breaks right off. But, yeah, let me get a link for that. Hang on. Come on. What's your problem? It's just, you know, I don't know what's causing it, and how much more do I slow down? I guess I'll stick it under household for now. I'll probably have to make a category for knives, but here's the link. Actually, that's probably correct. Excuse me. You're probably right. It's after it leaves the bed. Yeah. That's about the length before it starts to get to the end of the bed. Told you on Twitter 2 weeks ago. I don't have the extended roller thing, but this is an ultra stiff print. But also, this time, I supported it coming off the printer. Oh. So it's as this part here, because I sometimes hear it release. Like, it'll come off the edge, and I'll hear that crack as it releases from the belt. So as it's getting to the end of the bed, it's being pushed down, and that's causing this to change position, of course, and you're seeing that manifest as those open gaps. Okay. Make sure your support is level with the bed. Yes, I did. I made sure that it had a little compression so that it wouldn't push. Although it was soft enough that it would probably still push down. Oh, damn. Okay, that's annoying. Now, why didn't it affect, like, maybe because that print was big enough that it was able to hold up? Or it released easier, or... Huh. Is that another one right there? Nope, that one's holding. Oh, there it goes. It just comes apart. Wherever one of those deviations are, it just comes right apart. No, not yet. I still have to get like a piece of PVC pipe to reinforce the chair. So you know, I got one whole one, but of course it's got those gaps. So if I were to actually try to break this, it would break very easily. So you can see it right here. It's actually really hard. There you go. See, you got one there. You got two here. And you got one here. It primarily tends to be where it jumps islands. So where it jumps from point to point. Here you see it. It's all through this. So it's primarily where that, you know, that kind of makes sense now, because if it's bending it, if it's sitting inside the profile, it's going to be mostly okay. But if you're bending it while you're jumping from island to island, well, it's going to hit the other half of the island. So, but there's a complete one at least, even though this would break apart very easily. It's extremely aggravating because I want one of these sons of bitches to print. So, yeah. Very annoying. Now, I did increase the layer height on this one to 0.24, and that did help. It has far less issues. But of course, notice, I love how easily the support comes off. The Idea Maker did a pretty good job on the support. But I have a problem with sometimes it on the back here, it attaches too easily. And it pulls off a part of the model with it. So I gotta be careful. There we go. There we go. It even printed the 3D Benchy. There it is. So it even got the 3D Benchy. And that's on top of support. So the support in Idea Maker is pretty damn good. A raft on something this big? Are you crazy? It is nice and flat, though. I mean, I don't see any... Well, there is a little curve, but not nearly as bad as some other models. But, yeah, I got to work on that. So basically, I need that roller attachment. I got to try to figure out how to build that roller attachment. Yeah, the support I'm impressed with on Idea Maker. I mean, most of it pops off by hand, and it works pretty good. One of you guys did. One of you guys asked me to stretch a Benchy out to 1 meter, so I was like, okay. So, yep, now it's in pieces. What can I get rid of this in a bag? Here's the piece of support. I'm not sure why it has a hole in the support right there. Doesn't matter, but it's weird. There's that starting brim to help it stick. So I'll get it working. Yeah, that's starting to make a lot of sense now, because the bed adhesion is a little tough sometimes, like way too strong. So I'm wondering if it might be worth it for me to figure out where the bed adhesion is the weakest but still attached. You know, have the nozzle close for that first 20 or 30 layers to make sure it sticks, and then back off on the Z offset before it actually gets to printing the model, so that it's not sticking to the bed quite so hard. Yeah. I also think I need to put this printer in a dedicated location so that I can build a support coming off the end of the printer. The problem with adjusting the bed adhesion is that when I get close enough to the point where it stops being a problem, I'm also close enough to the point for random failures, where it just stops sticking. Oh, no, I just go into the printer and go into tunes, you know, Y offset, and just bring it back 0.1 millimeters or something like that. Because I think I'm still stuffing the nozzle a little bit. Well, you're about to find out. Excuse me. There we go. I did that. Yes, I have been doing that because I have that weird brim on the front. I didn't want that brim getting sucked down inside. So I have started doing that. But I also wonder if my belt's too tight, because I still have that problem with the belt shifting to the left, and it won't stop doing it. Nothing I do stops it from shifting to the left. Although it seems to be stable enough to not cause side-to-side shifts in the print. What? Oh, same thing. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. TPU. Okay. I don't mind a stupid little sample if it's a TPU sample. So it comes with a TPU sample. Cool. You too, Knack. Thank you very much. Parts and tools. On-screen instructions. Oh, it does come with a full little 200-gram spool. Nice. I like these little spools. I actually save these little 200-gram spools, these itty-bitty ones. I use them on my little printers, like my little X1. The little tiny, you know, toy-like orange printer. So I like these little printers. These little spools. So there's the inside of the box. The tools were here. Spool was here. More tools. My favorite pair of nippers. I love these little blue nippers. All right, there is a vertical. That should be the other vertical. Yep. Is it me, or is this packed differently than the other one was? They may have also changed the packaging to make it more resilient. And I also think this box is smaller. I remember the original Obsidian came in a bigger box. So the smaller box may have helped with the shipping issue. Because this does seem smaller, more compact. You know, they looks like they have it in more pieces. So there's a little bit more assembly. Which is a pro and a con. I can see pros and cons both ways on that. You know, I of course prefer, don't forget the hidden spool holder. I prefer printers to be more assembled for new users, but if it means getting the printer intact, then I'm okay with that. Second layer, there's the entire bottom of the printer. Well, we're going to follow their instructions. So hopefully their instructions are correct. And that is another box. So it does look like they reworked the packaging. Did someone say 55-inch screen? Yeah. How's that? Actually, that's not what this is. This is just a desk mat, but it works as an ESD mat because I noticed my laptop doesn't electrocute me anymore, which I really like. How did that happen? Get out from under there. Let's get rid of all this plastic. Here's the other one. Well, this is the part that was bent before, so this being shipped separate and in the center should mean that this should not have any bends. As you can imagine, having to disassemble this part to find bent parts and straighten them would be a real pain in the butt. So I am glad to see I don't have to worry about that thing. I do the best I can to keep my minions afraid. Very afraid. Okay. Top bar. Red PTFE tube. Leveling blocks for the gantry. Small piece of PTFE tube. I'm guessing this is for the hot end. Alrighty. We have... Hey, come on. What about some red zip tie? Huh? Some red zip tie. That'd be cool looking. Let's get this over here so you guys can see what I'm working on here. So that is your top brace. This is one of your verticals. This is the other vertical. This is the entire X gantry. These are the little tools and widgets. So here is our tools and wrenches. That's weird. It comes with another piece of PTFE tube. Nozzle. Oh, this is one of the needles, but it's coming inside of a case. Ah. We will find out in just a moment. Okay, so what are you supposed to do with this? That's not going to fit in the nozzle. That's a little weird. Like a pokey needle. Okay. Not sure what that's for, but okay. This is probably the X-axis belt. Yep, I don't see one installed, so that will be your X belt, I'm guessing. SD card and SD card reader. To push through. That might work. So there is the little itty bitty reader. Let me make this a little bigger for you. Let's see. Can I control the exposure here? There we go. That's better. So there is your little SD card reader. Comes with a completely no-name, unmarked SD card. With no markings. I do not want to close these tabs. Don't dare do that. Okay. Oh, this has the, does this use a Z belt alignment? Because I got two pulleys here. Here's all the bolts. They're not tool steel, but they are good crown nuts and not the freaking button heads. Here's base feet. I wonder if they sent that by accident, because I don't see that being very useful. And that is an end stop. It's an opto stop. So a non-contact end stop, which is nice. Oh, there's a little tab. See, this is one of those optical end stops. So the tab goes in between here. Probably this. This is probably the tab right there. Let's put that in the mag tray to make sure we don't lose it. Let's get all the bolts in the mag tray. Okay. I love this little tiny mag tray. I gotta get more of these. This little itty bitty mag tray is just the cat's meow. I love it. I'm not too happy with the itty bitty short wrenches, but you know, they work. It's nice to have tools included with a printer. So then you don't have to worry about providing your own tools. Let's see what is on the SD card. And that one is turned on. We're going to see what's on the SD card. There's a folder called Obsidian. There's a whole bunch of videos. And then there are PLA and TPU sample prints. I'm going to put them in the root folder. Oh, this has automatic bed leveling. Yeah, this has a what do you call that? It's proximity sensor. Forget what they call it. It's like what TH3D uses. I forget what they're called. It's not a pin to probe. It's now I gotta look it up. Easy ABL. That's what he calls it. Inductive bed sensor. That's it. I don't know if it's inductive or capacitive, but that's what it is. Inductive or capacitive bed sensor. Okay. I don't need this to be playing here. I can pause that. Bed leveling thingamabobber. You got it. Okay. I'm pretty sure I don't need this. Let's put that aside for now. Okay. Now the first thing I want to do is to put the feet on this printer so that I can move it around a little easier. Why won't this stay up? Like, what could possibly be keeping it? Whatever. Okay. So if I had to guess, I'm going to guess it screws directly into the base. M512. That's probably, these look like 8s though. Has to be these. Can't be any others. Okay. No, that looks like a 12. M512. Yeah, there is 12s and 8s. So I thought. Okay. So those are 12s. Those are the big boys. Shorter. Longer. Shorter. These are 12s. 12. 12. Come on, stop messing with me. Jesus. There's 8s. A couple of hammerheads. A couple of itty bitty little screws. Holy crap. So these are going to be for the feet. I use this tool. Nope, too big. So I'm putting the feet on the laptop just to make it less likely to grab stuff when I move it around. Hey, Ragnar. Well, we won't be using that little spool because I save those for my little micro printers. Whenever I go to a show or something like that, I use the little micro spools. I've already got a roll of blue filament we're going to be using. Yeah, will that spool holder even hold regular size spools properly? Looks pretty small to me. All right, do we have a power switch for the power supply? Or is it already set? Or do we have to open it to set the power supply? There it is right there. Where the hell's my flashlight? There it is. We are already set for 115. And you should be able to reach that from outside here. Let me show you guys where that is. Excuse me. Don't mess with me. So you can see right there is your power supply switch. That little red thing right there. So you will be able to reach that with a little pick. But mine is already set for 115. The bed is nice and tight. Oh, nope, that one end's a little loose. Oh, no, it's not. It's just the springs loose. The bed itself is nice and tight. There are eccentrics on there. I would like to see the carriage plate be a little stiffer. Check the screws on the power supply. There are no screws on the power supply. There's no access to the... There's no screws here on the power supply. From the PSU to the relay switch. Oh, these screws here? That was a little loose. But it's going through plastic, I think. Well, I'm not going to open it up. Not yet, at least. Okay. What am I hitting? Oh, wire. What's that, 50 millimeter fan here? It looks like a 50 millimeter exhaust fan. That's going to be end stop. Those screws definitely need to be tightened up. They are loose. And loose bed screws are useless. That's much tighter. It still feels loose. Hate when this damn thing moves. Okay, this feels loose. Not loose enough to be a problem, but part of the problem is that the carriage plate is a little flexible. So let me show you that. There we go. So you can see this carriage plate is flexible. See? I can make that carriage plate bend. I'd like to see this carriage plate be thicker. It looks like it is thick enough, but they put too many speed holes in it. So as you can see, they really cut it down to make it thinner. And the problem is, I think this portion down here, where the X comes together in the middle, I think they made it too small. And when you take a thick piece of metal and you cut away too much of it, it becomes flexible. So I'd like to see them leave a little bit more of the metal intact on this plate to make it a little bit stiffer. Ah, there it is. The front one's loose. Now I can see it. And of course, this is a real pain in the butt to get to this. Oh yeah, that's gonna be fun. Oh, wrong way. Ender 3 Max is pretty good. I liked it. I mean, it's just an oversized Ender 3, but it does work. It works well. Yeah, this is a real pain in the butt to get to these. There we go. Now we're not loose anymore. Okay. It was just because the carriage plate itself is flexible, it was hard to tell what was moving. But now we are. It's still a hair loose, but it's enough for now. I don't have to worry about it. That needs to be tightened up. Not sure how much I like this. Oh, wait a minute. That's a little weird. That's all cockeyed. And this probably doesn't fit. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. That is the wrong size for that. There it is. Nope, that's not it. What did I do with that tool set? So this is all cockeyed, as you can see. Stop messing with me. So you can see that's bent. That's at an angle. So I've got to fix that because the belt is going to be forcing its way to one side. There we go. So you loosen that, and then you tighten this. And that is tight enough. Now the trick is when you tighten that to get that to stay put. The little trick is to use anything you have really, just stick something in here and you can pull this tight. That's too weak. Need something a little stiffer. This might work. Yeah, that'll work. So we just want to straighten that out a little bit before we tighten it. I don't have any input on Kia Souls. I've never had one. I've heard Kias are decent cars, but I don't know much about them. There we go. I just want that to be straight across so that this pulley will operate evenly. This is not a very optimal design. Not super thrilled by that. I can see the merit of it. I can see this would work okay, but it is going to take a little effort for the end user to make sure this is straight. Because if it's not straight, you are going to have issues. Because the belt will try to pull one way or the other. I guess it's straight enough for now. We'll see. That feels really tight. It doesn't feel too tight, though. I'm not getting any dips. The best thing is not to buy a brand new car. Never. If you want a new car, if you're not going to buy a used car, then buy last year's model that they still have at the showroom, because that will save you a significant amount of money. Money you would lose anyway the moment you drove a brand new car off the lot. And then if you have a friend who's a mechanic, ask them for advice, what cars they like. You got to be careful, though. Mechanics can be a little biased. They have particular favorites and things they like about cars that might not be compatible with what you need or like or want. That feels so tight. I'm going to leave it because I don't feel any dips, but man, that feels tight. Okay. That looks like it's French. Are there English instructions? Yes. Okay. So the verticals do go on first. Okay, some of these directions are simply wrong. Oh no, remove is Z column top covers. Okay, yeah, no, they're correct. I was like, you got to put the X carriage on before the... And depending on how mechanically inclined you are, and depending on the price you can get, and depending on how many miles you think you're going to drive, like, I buy the 100,000-mile warranty for my cars. Just so I know that for 10 years, 100,000 miles, for a very small deductible, they take care of everything. But I also tend to buy cars that have expensive components. So, for example, my Nissan Leaf uses a heat pump for the air conditioning and the heat. You can't just walk into a junkyard and grab a heat pump. They're a little more complicated than that, so I want that covered, Then we put the side brackets on. Then the alignment belt goes on. Okay, I see. Okay. Let's get to it. Oh, would you stop messing with me? Just do what I say before I bite you. Goes there. Those go there. That's going to be for the spool holder. I don't need that yet. I don't need this yet. My heat dissipation good, yes. Probably going to put one of these blocks underneath it just to give it better heat dissipation. That'll help with the expelling the heat. Okay. So we're going to do this one first. Yes. And that is going to be these bolts here, I think. No. It's the 25s. It's the shorter ones. Was not expecting that. Ah, come on. Stop messing with me. Okay. Damn it, that's so freaking cantilevered. This is a 3D printer. Yeah, I can see why you might be confused about it, because Ortur normally does lasers. But no, this is their 3D printer. I don't have any hard recommendations for lasers because I'm just not as experienced in that category. Ortur makes some good large format ones, and Comgrowl has a really nice little portable one. Hey, JD Purple. You have an off-grid house, huh? That's awesome. Well, it can be awesome, or it could be a nightmare. Okay. So if you look at last week's stream or the stream before, we did the Comgrowl little portable laser. Pretty neat little gadget. Yeah, if Starlink has sufficient upload bandwidth, I might switch to Starlink just to say F you to Comcast. Yeah, Starlink's going to be a game changer, I think. Okay. Well, it looks like the Democrats won total control of the government. So now's the time where you put up or shut up. Let's see what you can do. I guess we'll find out. All right. There it goes. Boy, that does not want to go in right. Okay. All right, I think that's in. Oh, wow. Ouch. Yeah, nowadays 56K speeds are literally pointless. It's just the content we have, it's just not made for it. That's done, that's done. This will be the limit switch once we get to that. Well, hopefully they roll it out soon for you. Because that would be nice to have some good, reliable internet. Uh-oh. Where's the bolt I'm missing? It's not stuck to this. I did see 4 there. There were 4. Uh-oh. I am missing one of those. Oh, right here. Got it. Seriously? It's called bolt gremlins. You never see them, but they're there. Ready to mock you and laugh at you. That's because they're bought and paid for. A lot of people like to say, well, that's capitalism for you. And I'm like, buddy, you ain't got a clue, because that's not what capitalism is. Starlink is capitalism. Our ISPs. Do I have that? No, it's not backwards. That's what we call plutocracy. It's where they're in charge. And you just don't know it. Okay. Okay. Verticals are in. I think this is the step where we remove the top plates. Yes. Okay. Now you might be wondering, why would they ship this with these installed if you just gotta freaking remove them? That's actually pretty logical, because those keep it stiff and together during shipment, so it doesn't tear itself apart during shipping. All right, next is the gantry. Feel something rubbing somewhere. You're going to have to address that at some point. What the hell? Is that supposed to go through there? Oh my god, it is, I think. Is that supposed to go through those? I'm not a fan of that. But it sure looks like it. Oh, okay. It does. It threads through those. Uh-oh, this is not right. This has got to go through here. Yep. I have the Artist D. I didn't back it though. They sent it to me. It is quite an excellent printer. And then I also have the I believe I have the ByQBX coming. I didn't realize that these were the parts that gripped the these things right here. Is your couplers. That's unusual. Ooh. I almost forgot to make sure that slides through smoothly. There we go. There we go. So in this instance, this right here is your coupler for your lead screw. That is interesting. All right, that is assembled. Next step is the crossbeam. Pretty good, Gary. How are you doing? I wish I could back some of these printers. Like, I really wanted the CR6 Max. I just did not have the money for it. Yeah, buying printers is not something I can do, and not something I really need to do, considering how many I have. I like the way this goes together. That's nice and strong. I think I kind of dig that. Oh, cool. Yeah, we're pretty bad here too. Although we are rural up here, so I don't have a whole lot of reason to go out anywhere. The Artist D is fantastic. If they stick with the quality control of the pre-production models, meaning if they kept the quality control good, you're gonna like that printer. It's very, very well made. Asger, I am following the instructions. You can have a slicer right in the Raspberry Pi. It's powerful enough to do that. Huh. I like to have a lot of fine control over my slicing. I'm not sure I would like to do that in a automated environment like that. Hey, Chris. Okay. Ah, this one's got a pinch. Okay. You seat it and then you pinch it. Good. Okay. Now that I like. I like that connection. Well, the only reason I'm not a fan of Raspberry Pis is because it's an additional point of failure. I mean, it's one more point where something can go wrong. I don't need remote access to my printers. You know, I just don't care enough about that to need remote access. I do not like this filament um, run out sensor location. I don't like this one little bit. This one right here, because it requires the filament to make two 90-degree angles, three 90-degree angles to get into the printer. So you have to make a 90-degree up, across, and down again to get into the head. Well, you are talking about it though. When you have Raspberry Pi built into a printer, you haven't removed the second point of failure. You've just put it inside the box. You've still got 2 points of failure. You've got the board inside the printer, and you have the Raspberry Pi board inside the printer. If either one of those fails, the printer fails. Okay. Wire management looks good. Everything's nice and tight. I like that. That's wrong, though. Something is wrong with that. I can feel that belt. I do like the fact that they have the sub pulleys here. Cats are doing good. Yes, and actually, he just bought a mouse the other day. Oh, you're talking about the slicing. Yeah, that's something different. I could see that being convenient for simple files, especially if you I don't know. I can see the convenience, but I can also see the issues. So you can see here, they have solved the problem of getting the belt lined up straight with the frame, so there's no angle. So they have this pulley. So you have two pulleys here. You have one here and one here. I definitely have the belt riding somewhere it shouldn't, though. You can hear it. Hear it? So that belt is rubbing on something. It's tight enough. Flaming hot monster munch. Get this back over here. Okay. Now, where is the belt rubbing? Not there. I mean, it's definitely rubbing somewhere. Ah, good point. 7-inch screen is nice. Hmm. That belt is rubbing somewhere, but I can't figure out where yet. Now, one thing I do have a small issue with is this. Okay. You see how that's attached right there? Let me get a pointer for you. So, this is how the belt's attached right here. There we go, autofocus. So, it's a pinch. So, here's your bracket. And then you have a pinch plate. Then you have two bolts that pinch the belt. The problem is that's not easy to adjust. So as you can see here, this belt is being pushed. Actually, you can't see that. Let me give you a different angle. So this belt is being pushed close to this edge instead of centered. So you can see here, the gap here is bigger than the gap here. And I think that's what's causing the belt to rub. The problem is you can't adjust that. Normally, this part here would be free to float left and right a little bit. And so the position of the pulleys would determine the position of the belt. Let me show you that. So normally, I could adjust the position of the belt by simply adjusting this pulley to be in or out. But because the belt is secured and locked down there at the head, adjusting this won't do any good because the belt is constantly trying to force its way this way. That's why you can see here it's riding right up against the rail of the pulley here. You have this big gap here. That is because of this connection here. That's because of this right here. So the only way to properly fix this, which would be very difficult for the end user to do, because if you loosen these two bolts, that belt's going to pull right out, and there's not a whole lot you can do about that. So you would need to loosen the tensioner on the other end to make that belt loose, so that you can then loosen these two bolts and move this belt a little bit to the left in order to get a better alignment and avoid this problem here. So that's a slight flaw in the design. Normally these printers have a knurl, a furl on the end of this, and it just goes into a slot. And the advantage of that is I can adjust this pulley here, and then as this printer moves back and forth, this knurl, the furl here, would align itself. It would over time, it would move until it wasn't being pushed one way or the other, which means I can adjust it with this pulley here. But because they have the belt loop here fixed, I can't adjust that. So I could see that being a minor issue, not a huge deal. We're gonna roll with it and see what happens. But I could see that being a small issue. Yeah, see, this belt is always going to try to push toward the front because it's attached down here and it's pushed toward the front. So that's one area where they could improve a little bit. Sometimes you don't want things rigid. Sometimes you want things to have a little movement so that you can make minor adjustments like that. Because of how rigidly they attached that, they made it very difficult for the end user to get around that problem. Okay, that is inserted. That's inserted. That's installed. Step 7, now we do the timing belt. Okay. Okay, this is where these are going to come in handy. What's happening in Washington? Is there something happening in Washington? Are you serious? Who? What's with this here? This drives me nuts. What's with the gaping mouth open look when people do this? This gaping mouth open look. I know he's doing it because the algorithm says this works, but this just seems like silly to me. But it works. Obviously, there's something about this. But it always looks goofy to me when people do that mouth open gesture. So they're actually, oh God, how stupid. Oh man. If you care so goddamn much about it, wait 2 years. Pence didn't betray Trump. Pence can't do what Trump wants him to do. It's not legal. He wants him to do something he's not supposed to do. And he correctly said, I'm sorry, man, I can't do that. I know how bad you want it, but CNN Canada. don't see nothing here yet. I don't know why it won't let me show links. I tried to show your link, Shadunk, and it says error. Try again. Really freaking annoying. Why? Is there like extra bullshit in the link? Yes, there is. Your name. I would love to see Congress critters in gas masks. Are you kidding me? Oh, Jesus. This might not work.
The bleachers that have been put in place for the inauguration on the west side where that is typically held. Let me bring in,
God, give me a break.
Let me bring in Hallie Jackson to get some more perspective. So the president is acknowledging what is happening here, but doesn't seem to be taking great steps to tell people to go home.
He's done a tweet. I mean, he's done a single tweet here, Lester, and even for some people who used to work for him, you are seeing a groundswell of some saying, you need to do more, Mr. President, basically. He is probably the only person, and it's even arguable at that, who could potentially get that message through to the people who are now, as you put it succinctly, Lester, earlier in the show, putting the United States Capitol under siege. That is what we are seeing.
If you're gonna break into the Capitol, open a buffet. Start eating people. Don't just break in for no purpose. Oh, let me switch back to my microphone. Oh my God. That's just stupidity. I think. That one? Yeah. There it is. Okay, we're good. I wouldn't call them Trump-tards so much as just uneducated political pawns. I mean, you could replace Trump with anything else. You hyperpolarize the population. Oh, we put that on long enough to laugh at it. I couldn't believe it. Like, seriously? Oh my God. What do you think you're going to accomplish? I mean, seriously, what are you going to accomplish? A couple felony charges? Oh my God. Unless you start eating them. Okay, then I'm rooting for you. I don't care if you're for Trump or for Biden. If you start eating senators, I'm on your side. Oh my God. People are crazy. People are crazy. Come on, stop messing with me. Hey, we got a PayPal. Mario, $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Mario. I really appreciate that. You guys are my minion army, and you guys make this possible. What do we have coming in the mail today? Whatever that is. Whatever that is. Whatever that is. Joke. Let's see. Protesters invade the Senate. Tell me something interesting. Oh my God. Our country is nuts. So I have the 2 blocks in here now. You can see them here. There's one right there, and there's one right there. And that is making sure that this gantry is perfectly level with this frame. Not the bed, but the frame. And then I will level the bed to the gantry, which means all 3 will be level to each other. So now we install the rollers for this. Yeah, you want to see political intrigue and terrorist attacks? Watch The Expanse. They dropped freaking KKVs on Earth. You're gonna do it right. Oh, man. There you go. And if they don't get the benchy right, they're dinner. Yeah. Good way to get assassinated is what that is. And I forgot to put the belt on because I'm an idiot. At least I figured it out before I got it half assembled. Yeah, if I actually had any chance of becoming president, if I actually had any chance of actually making any kind of headway, I'd be assassinated. Because you damn well know the first thing I would do is enact the ETP protocol. Could you imagine McConnell and Schumer going, Mr. President, what's the ETP protocol? It means your goddamn dinner if you don't do your job. Like, we're going to chop you up and eat you for a meal. That's my solution. Screw this protesting crap. Just eat them. That message will get through real fast. Okay, so can I have it go all the way up? Yes, I can have it go all the way up. It does touch smooth. Okay. Probably this size. Nope, I'm one too big. That's okay. You cook it on a spit with barbecue sauce and it'll taste just fine. Trust me. Just stay away from the heart and stay away from the brain. If you stay away from the heart and the brain, you're fine. The heart is black and the brain is rotten. Everything else is just meat. And remember, politicians are actually really tasty. Okay? They're like veal. They sit around doing nothing all day getting old and stuffing their faces. So it's like veal. Trump tapped into the maverick aspect. People are sick and tired of politics in this country. They understand politics are broken, but they don't know how to fix it. And what you're seeing is he accessed that portion of the population. He accessed the we are tired of politics portion of the population. But then, of course, the nut jobs got into it. And, you know, it is what it is. Okay. Canadian politicians like Hawaii. Who doesn't like Hawaii? I would love to go to Hawaii. Oh my God, that'd be awesome. Yeah, isn't that cute? Oh, don't travel, but we're going to Hawaii. The hypocrisy. Oh my God, the hypocrisy. But that's only for you scum down there in the bottom. That doesn't apply to us. I still do not like this belt. It is not tight. It is useless the way they designed this. Do as we say, not as we do. Okay, Ortur, you have one problem with this belt, and that is that it's loose. Look how loose this belt is. This will not function. It's just going to jump teeth. Jump teeth is exactly what it's going to do. You need another one of these brackets here in the middle with a pulley on it to act as a tensioner, to hold this out and act as a tensioner. Because this is just going to jump teeth. I mean, look at this. I can make it jump teeth just by holding it. There, it's jumping teeth. So this, you have a sink belt that doesn't work. But the evil Democrats are in charge. God forbid if we have peace. But then again, the Democrats brought it on themselves. They would not accept any sort of peace for the last 4 years, and now they want us to have peace? Well, hey, you reap what you sow. So I got to design some kind of, Did you really? That's awesome! Send me a link to that. The Expanse is amazing. I love that. I love that series so much. Okay, what's next? Step number 8. The end stop switch. That's what those two little itty bitty ones go to. Okay. Let's get this repositioned so you guys can see what I am doing here. I don't want to hear you crap. Just shut up and do what you're supposed to do. There it is. So this tab right here is what the unit will attach to. This goes into the frame. Does that go in the front or the back? Itty bitty screws. Itty bitty tab. That top belt does nothing. It's too loose. It's worthless. Okay, it goes on the outside. That's probably this little one here. Yep. I mean, to be honest, the Democrats really did just buy their way into Congress by offering $2,000 checks. You know, everybody voted for them for the $2,000 checks. You're delusional if you think there's any other reason. Because and it's not even that people like Republicans or like Democrats. Most people just don't care. Why do you think Trump said he wasn't going to pass the bill, $2,000 checks? Because he was trying to one up the Democrats. He was trying to make it his idea. Yeah, they probably will. They're probably going to pass the $2,000 checks. To be fair, they are needed. I mean, I'm not one for socialism. I'm not a big fan of socialism, but the government took people's jobs away from them, and the government closed businesses, so the government should pay for it. I mean, I'm totally all about that. If you want to tell me I have to close my business, fine, then pay me. You say it's needed for the pandemic, fine, then pay me. Otherwise, buzz off. This is what I don't like. That's as low as I can go. Can I go lower? Maybe. Nope. I'm hitting that, but I am not hitting that, so I might be able to go a little lower. So the $2,000 probably will happen. Now that they've won control of the Senate, yeah, there's a very good chance it'll happen. Okay, that's as low as it'll go. But that is also the lowest that will go. Oh, there it goes. Oh, it's hitting this. That is as low as it can go. So here's the other problem I had with this. This can't go any lower. Because now this here is hitting this. And the problem is I want to go lower. Because you can see I'm still not touching the bed yet. And I want those springs to be tight. The U.S. wasn't forcing capitalism. They're forcing plutocracy. There's a very big difference. What we have in the United States is not capitalism by any valid definition of the word. What we have in the United States is a plutocracy. Wait a minute. There was the bolts right there. What does that mean? Yeah, I'm going to try to slide the coupler down a little bit to give me more room. What is neoliberalism?
According to Wikipedia, neoliberalism or neoliberalism is the 20th century resurgence of 19th century ideas associated with economic liberty.
That's incorrect. It is not neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is a form of capitalism and free market economics, and that is not what we have. What we have is the way I describe this is that people say, well, your markets are privately owned. That means it's capitalism. And I tell people, but our markets are not privately owned. Our markets are owned by the state. And the means of production in this country is owned by the state. And people say, but your government doesn't control that. I was like, I didn't say the government. I said the state. You have 2 states active in this country. You have 3 basic groups functioning in this country. You have the people, that would be private ownership. Then you have the government, that would be the political state. And then you have, okay, I cannot go down anymore. So I'm guessing this is bottoming out inside of this unit here. So this does not go down anymore. Yeah, it doesn't go down. Unless I'm still too tight. You have the corporate, you have the political state, and you have the corporate state. Now people say, what do you mean the corporate state? Oh, I can go down more. Good, good, good. I was like, when your corporations exert state-like powers, they're no longer private entities. they're a state entity because they're executing state-like powers. That's what I call the corporate state. The political state would be your government, your elected officials. Okay? In the past, we actually had something like this, but it wasn't corporations. It was the church. The church acted like a state entity, and it was always a toss-up between the church and the government. Oh shit, I have that upside down. I need to fix that. That one's upside down. So right now, we have a fight in our government between the corporate state and the political state. That's what a plutocracy is. A plutocracy is when you have a corporate state, and they control the means of industry and the means of resources and production and profit. So we do not have capitalism anymore in the USA. Well, we have capitalism on a small scale, but on a national scale, we no longer operate under capitalism, and we haven't for 50 or 60 years. We operate under the corporate state. And what you're seeing happening today is a battle between the corporate state and the political state to see who's going to control the country. It's a very interesting thing to watch. I mean, I guess I can be glib about it because I'll be dead before all the shit hits the fan. So I don't have to worry about too much of the consequences. Oh, it's the same all around the world. It's gonna be the same all around the world. We'll see who figures out how to stop it and who doesn't. But they're very good at manipulating people and convincing them to vote in their least best interest. Sadly, they're just very good at that. Well, that gave me an extra 1/2 inch, or 12 millimeters or so. How would you vent a laser in the basement of a house? I would run a duct to outside, and then I would put a small fan in that duct to create a negative pressure environment. Or you could just filter it. You could just run your exhaust from your laser through a HEPA filter and let the filter handle the work for you. That could work. It should work, actually. This feels crooked. It is crooked. I just straightened it. If the bathroom fan vents to outside, yes. A lot of bathroom fans in older houses don't vent to outside. They just vent into a crawl space or something like that. So be sure to see where it vents to. Yep, that was loose, so we wanted to make sure we tighten that up. Now we have these lowered. I'm probably going to have to remove this bottom screw, since I believe this bottom screw is going to prevent me from lowering this anymore. Oh, that's pretty low. Yeah, it's just jumping. The belt's just jumping. That belt is utterly worthless. Well, we are touching, so we're going to try it with that. Exactly. The garage would definitely be easier. And probably safer, too. Okay. So, what we did here is we lowered these couplers more, which allowed me to lower the carriage more since there was more room. I do believe I can keep both of these, and you can see we are inside the channel now. And we did to both sides. As we also saw, this is worthless. As you can see, it just jumps. And there's nothing to stop it from not jumping. So that's utterly worthless. This needs a tensioner to hold this tight so that belt can't jump. Never, ever leave a laser burner unattended. Ever. I don't care if it's a 30-second burn. You stay there until it's done. You never, ever walk away from a laser burner. That's laser 101. You never, ever walk away from a laser cut. You are literally creating fire. You don't walk away from fire. Okay. That takes care of that. It shall all pass. No need to worry. All right, where did I do with those blocks? There they are. Since we're going to have to re-level this. Okay. That should be nice and snug. That feels nice and snug. Now I have to correct this because I have one of these upside down. Because I'm a dodo. Also, fire blankets are really nice to have. Saves you from having to destroy your printer, and they are very effective. And they're cheap. I just got a new batch of, you can't see them, but I just got a new batch of fire extinguishers. I have a big one for in the kitchen, and I have 4 small ones for throughout the house. I live in a mobile home. These things go up like tinder boxes. Is snow normal this time? Yes, we have winter here, but we are so far having a very mild winter, which I appreciate. It means I use less pellets and I have less to worry about. So I like mild winters. I mean, I like snow, but every now and then it's nice to have a mild one where I don't have to worry about it. Seriously? They're shooting? Well, that's a good way to get shot. Let's go to the Capitol and bring our guns. Yeah, smart move. Geniuses. Yeah, like it's 50 degrees out today? Yeah, 43 degrees out today. I don't know what that is in Celsius. Hang on. 43F to C. It's about 6 degrees Celsius out today. 6.111. Which is pretty mild as far as cold weather goes. Excuse me. Get your butt in there. My audio? Yeah, audio's good. So should I 3D print a couple of 100 butt plugs and send it to Congress? Hey, Shadow Logic. There we go. Now I have that installed correctly. There you go. A use for the 3D print mill, congressional butt plugs. Oh my God. Our country is nuts. So as you can see, I could turn one and the belt just jumps. See? I could just turn that and the belt just jumps. Because the belt is basically useless. It needs to be tensioned. It needs to be tightened. So those are the M512s. That's going to be for the spool holder. This is going to be for the handle. And I just dropped one. In theory, the belt has a purpose. It keeps your two Z-axes from going out of alignment. So in theory, that's a legit use for the. It's called a. Hang on. I dropped a hammer nut, which I need to find. I know it landed right here. Where the hell did it go? And it's gone. Screw it. I don't know if I would trust that handle anyway. It could, theoretically, if one lags behind, this belt will keep the two in sync together. It's a synced belt. But I think it's pointless. I think that's it. Spool holder. Okay. Spool holder is going to go on the back right here. With the 2 5s. That's going to go right into this holder right here. I don't even watch the news. I don't watch TV. Actually, this here is the first time I've ever had a TV in gotta be 20 years. And just because I can review it and I can get a whole bunch of free channels. Otherwise, I've never actually had a TV. To me, this isn't a TV. This is a computer monitor, as you can see. So, yeah. It's fun. But then again, I'm equally part of the problem if I don't get involved. But as an individual, there's just not much I can do. I will be dead before this shit show comes to full stink. So, yeah, well, people can live in the bed they made. It's their problem now. Okay. So now we don't need these. Right to repair is dead. You're going to lose that right. Corporations don't want you fixing stuff. The plutocracy. No, that is pretty smooth. So that's not likely to catch on there. That's good. All right. That's plugged in. That's plugged in. That's all plugged in. That's tight. This one's tight. I already retightened this. We have our spool holder now. Does the spool holder fit a regular spool? Let's find out. Yes, it fits a regular spool. No problem. Okay. Okay. Where is our plug? Of course, it's on this side. Okay. You'll probably be dead before that happens. I'll just keep pushing for the ETP protocol. I think we're done. Let's go over this again. We did all that. The ribbon is plugged in, the cables are plugged in, the end stop is plugged in. The only thing we didn't do was to put this handlebar on because, well, I dropped one of the nuts and I don't care about this enough to care. So, this little handle can bite me. Okay. Spool holders installed. The horrifyingly crappy filament thing is installed, although they do give you PTFE tubes. Why don't they talk about this one? I'm pretty sure I need a piece of PTFE tube in here in order to handle the entry of the filament. Well, that's not true, just make something. We're at the point now where 50% of the country is making minimum wage or less, and there's nothing that 50% can do about it. I mean, a single individual can do something about it, but only so many of them can, because there are more people than there are jobs. Worse, because our income is so low, you have a lot of people working multiple jobs, which just takes jobs away from other people who now can't work that job because you're taking two jobs, because you have to survive. Well, I mean, we have 160 million working Americans, and 80 million of them are making minimum wage or less. What exactly is the bottom 80 million supposed to do? Eat the top 80 million and take their jobs? Because that's the only solution. The system is fundamentally broken, and it needs to be fixed. I suspect it doesn't matter how smart you are with your money. It doesn't matter. You could be the smartest person in the world. You can have the most drive in the world. You can have the greatest willpower, the greatest work ethic. If there are no jobs available for you, it doesn't matter how badly you want it. Again, unless you eat someone else and take their job. You know, as a nation, individually, there's still openings, you know, because you got lazy people and not lazy people. But eventually, you're going to hit a point where it doesn't matter how hard you work. You're screwed. I got lucky. I escaped. You know, I think this year I made like $6,000. Yeah, trickle down economics. You're right. That's what started it. You know, I'm one of the lucky ones so far. Well, it's called being self-employed. You know, that's the ultimate job, is to be self-employed. But that assumes your customer base can afford it. Because if you impoverish enough of the country, even self-employed people suffer because their customers have no money. You can make your own luck to some extent. But remember, we're not talking about an individual basis here. We're talking about a nation as a whole. And as a whole, you can't make your own luck. The system you exist in has to work with it. Ouch, that's pretty low. But then again, well, see, it's not that low. Because I have to remember, in the UK, you have healthcare. You have a welfare system. You have vacation time and leave and parental leave. And you have all these benefits to that society. You pay a lot of taxes. but you have the benefits of you share the cost of those benefits. Here we don't. There's basically, that's probably pounds, so it's like $10 an hour. But remember, $10 an hour in the UK is like $20 an hour here in the US. But that's just it, though. Okay, you have to remember, the drive of any business is to maximize its profits, which means business will always push the cost of labor as close to zero as they can. So the only defense people have is minimum wage. The whole purpose of minimum wage was to be a minimum living wage that a family could survive on. And yes, it was supposed to be a family. I did not back the print mill because I don't have $600. But, you know, they sent me one. So there's my print mill right there. You gotta do it. Okay. Jeez. So we turn this on first. And then we turn this on. Thank you. All right, now that's what I bet you that's what these are for. Let me get this out. And that probably goes right here. Media inserted. Now, I bet this is supposed to go right here like this. Yes, I think that's exactly what that's for. Even though the instructions do not tell me this, I'm going to guess that's exactly what I need to do. That this goes here, and this goes here, and that this is my entry filament on this side. I'm betting that's exactly how that's supposed to go. No, I did not. No, Timothy, I did not back the CR30 print mill because I just don't have $600. I would love to. I mean, I would love to have two of these. I just don't have $600. As a nation, see that I disagree with. The nation didn't choose. The plutocracy chose. The corporations chose for us. We didn't really get a say in the matter. Why did it hide that? There's no reason to hide that. Well, when you're a corporation with shareholders, you become obsessed with the bottom line. You have to. It's your literal job. Oh, there it goes. Oh, nice wheel. Oh, I like that. Boy, that's just slipping. I don't know if that's supposed to slip that easily. Yes, but a impoverished nation equals no business too. It is a very good-looking printer. It's got some issues that need to be worked on, but in general, it's a very nice-looking printer. Let's see, temperature, PLA, 190/60. That looks good to me. Look at this. Look at this display. It's actually showing a graph of what it's doing. Okay, how do I get this stinking cover off the display? Got a screen protector on here. There it goes. It had an error min temp. But at least you're getting something for your taxes. Here, we don't get anything for our taxes. It's shut up, slave. Give us your money at gunpoint. And I think this is not quite right. Everything is plugged in. Okay, so hot end thermistor temperature is not working. You can see here it says -15. That means my hot end thermistor is not connected properly. Something is wrong. It's shorted. It's not plugged in. Yep, exactly. I tell everybody the beginning of the end of our society was when we enacted corporate personhood. Okay. Motion. Z. It's quiet. Very quiet. Ouch. That's a lot of money. Oh, man, I'm not looking forward to taking apart that end. Very responsive screen. Very nice UI. But the problem is, we have a -15 from the hot end. Let's see if the heat bed works. Yes, heat bed is heating up. £2,400 a year for trash, sewer, and water and garbage is a lot of money. Yeah, something wrong with the thermistor. Heat bed thermistor is working and heat bed is heating up. But the hot end is never going to heat up because I'm showing a -15 on display here, which means a bad signal from the thermistor. That's what we're going to check. This would require doing some pretty extensive tearing stuff apart to check this. So I'm going to take the gamble that the problem is... How do I turn this off? Okay, press and hold. Okay. So something is wrong inside, I hope. I'm hoping it's just a motherboard connection. That's a very expensive place to live. Holy crap, dude. I hope it's just a loose wire. I'm not looking forward to tearing apart the hot end. Yeah, but they're already paying taxes for that. Okay. I kind of feel bad for Ortur now, because what's the probability of... And why the hell are they using Phillips screws down here? That's a real pain in the butt. Seriously? That's in the way of taking off the cover? Dario, it's probably not going to let me show that. Yeah, it says error, try again. I select just the link and it includes your name with the link, which is really annoying. Well, so far this time it went together pretty well, except for this thermistor. And that's just bad luck. And what's the chance of getting a bad thermistor? It's got to be a pretty small chance. Seriously? Come on. Stop messing with me. Well, we'll get the poke around inside. We always like a good poke inside. Huh. I did not know that. I assumed his name would be Philip. Huh. That kind of sucks, because that sounds like it should be called the Thompson head. So is that just our equivalent of property tax? That council tax, is that just property tax, or do you also have a property tax? Like, do you have a yearly property and school tax you pay? Or is that it, just the council tax? Because if that's your property tax, that's not that bad. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, it does come off right here. Okay, so something is still attaching this. Am I missing a screw somewhere? I don't think so. Nope. That came out. There it goes. Just need a little encouragement. All right, bottom left connector here is fan. Oh! I like the square drive. Square drives rock. Let's get this back on level ground again. Get you guys a view in here. Give you some light. Okay. Here's a thermistor. And here's a thermistor. Both thermistors are fine. So it's not as simple as a connection here. Since there is the thermistor connections and they are good. This must be the, what do you call this? I think that's for the heat bed. Oh, no, that's for this. That's how you turn it on with that switch on the front. No, that would be ground rent is something different. It's because you don't own the land your house is on. Well, the problem is somebody has to work the McDonald's in New York. I mean, those rich people want their goddamn McDonald's. Somebody has to work the McDonald's. Okay. I don't know what this is. Fan. It says ETP. Okay, this is going into this wiring harness right here, which means this is for the bed. And when your kids are in school, who works at McDonald's? Yeah. 2 o'clock in the morning, who works at McDonald's? Okay, so this one here is for the bed. This one here is for the thermistor. Hot end. Okay. Those wires all feel solid. It feels like it's connected. Okay, it looks okay on this end. Oh, it looks like this is capable of having a Wi-Fi module attached to it. That's a socket connection and a Wi-Fi antenna. And when they become 19, 20, 21, 22-year-olds, again, who works at McDonald's? So it's not just for beginners, it's not just for kids. All right, so the solution is not easy. It's not as simple as a thermistor connection. So let's try unplugging it. Oh, wow, the whole damn plug came out. There we go. That's normal. That actually happens more often than you think. All right, so there's the plug. It looks okay to me. The 2 wires are in there. They are solid, which means the problem would be on the hot end or in one of the ribbon cables. So either the hot end or the ribbon cable. Looks okay on the board though. Everything looks okay on the board. That's a very low power connection. That spool holder is very annoying. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I was hoping I'd get lucky and it was at the bed or at the that it was, just unplugged. Not so lucky. No. But it does connect to another piece of extrusion. So it is pretty solid. Yeah, it looks like YouTube simply will not permit links anymore. I try to hit OK to it, and it says, error, try again. Is it easier to say the hot end? I don't understand, Joffrey. That's awesome, Shadow Logic. Good luck. You have a good day, man. But usually when someone tries to post a link, it like here, I can show you. So it gives me the option to show or hide. See, I can hit show or hide. Right now that message is hidden. Normally I can just hit show. But as you can see, when I try that, it just says error, try again. And there's nothing I can do about it. So something on YouTube's end is broken. My guess is they're just blanket banning links now, but they forgot to remove this function where I can show or hide a link. And it's just broken. Really annoying. All right, we are back together. YouTube being stupid. I gotta take apart the hot end and get the thermistor fixed. I might be able to gank the thermistor from the other printer. It's a nice looking printer, and it should be a good working printer. Just bad luck on my part. Sometimes you just can't do anything about it. You just gotta work the problem. There's a couple more connections I need to check. Okay. So, we have some connections here. That's X. That's that. That looks good. Now, one thing I did notice is that this is not quite right here. Maybe it's this connection here. Not being seated quite right. Oh, that feels good. Is that not even in the slot? It has to be in the slot. Okay, there it is. Okay. We are in. Let's double check this connection here. Okay, that feels good. The problem is the top half of the other printer is what was bent. So swapping it would likely bring the problem from the other printer to this printer, which obviously I don't want to do. Okay, next, well, let's see if that fixed anything. Because if it was just a loose connection, that may have done it. Nope, we still have a negative 15. Which means that did not fix the problem. Which means our problem is somewhere in here. So the next step would be to begin disassembling this hot end to get access to this breakout board right here. Since that will be, I might be able to take the thermistor from the other one and put it on here. That is a possibility. Well, again, the hot end assembly is what's part of what is probably bent on the other one. So I do not want to swap any, I don't want to swap any sheet metal. Because if I swap any sheet metal, I might be bringing my problem with it. And I don't want to do that. What I can do, however, is possibly, there should be a breakout board in here, and that breakout board should have a thermistor connection. So I should be able to swap just a thermistor. Because the other one works, so we know the thermistor was okay. Okay. I'm hoping I can pop this whole assembly off and get it out of the way without having to disassemble all the fans and stuff. I guess we're about to find out. I realize I need to move that look down fan over here because you can't see what I'm doing from above. Hello, Ben. How are you doing? Jesus. What is this thing threaded through? No, I have not used a Craftbot Flow IDEX. They're an expensive printer, and they're probably not going to send me one. I'm not their kind of market for their price range. Sadly. Because I would gladly take one. God damn, that's a long bolt. Look at that. Boy, is that a long friggin' bolt. It must be going all the way through this entire assembly into the stepper motor. Has to be. Well, it's certainly a strong sandwich, that's for sure. Yes, yes, yes. Come on. Come off. Don't mess with me. There it goes. Ah, yes. Okay. So here is the thermistor. Let's take off the condom. Now, how is the thermistor secured? Is it just sitting in there? Oh my god, I think it's just sitting in there. Is there nothing holding that in? Alright, there's the hot end. How is that in there? Like, what's holding these parts in here? There's no screws. And this head is loose. I can't imagine that's supposed to be loose. What the hell holds all this in? Oh, there it is. There's set screws. Okay. Where's the set screw for the hot end? This should not be able to wiggle around like this. Okay, so I should be able to gank this out of the other machine, and hopefully that's, oh yes, yes, that's just a cover. No, Michelle. Well, let's hope that's the problem, because if this doesn't fix it, then it's one of these ribbon cables. Okay, so let's put this over here. That is attached, so I don't have to worry about that. Let me go grab the other one. Oh. Okay. Well, good news also is I have extra ribbon cables if I need them. I prefer not to do that, though. Yes. Timing belt is loose on this one as well, that Bulgarian. That's the word for it, too. Timing belt. I need to print a Mandalorian helmet. I gotta fix my Chiron. The hot end has got a gap. So I gotta correct that. Let's put that over here. Now this one did print, so we know the thermistor is good on this one. It happens. These are DIY machines. If you're not ready to take them apart and work on them, I would not advise buying one. I mean, shit happens, you know? You're buying a $5,000 machine at a $300 price. Do you think you can take a $5,000 machine and sell it for $300 without cutting corners? Of course not. So your parts are going to be lower quality and have a higher probability of failure. It just happens. But you get a 3D printer for less than $300. You know, and that's part of what you pay for. There's no tech support. I mean, good luck with that. I am your tech support, or you mean other people like me. You know, the advantages, however, are tremendous. We can afford 3D printers. So it's worth the trade-off. This is bad luck. The probability of somebody else encountering these same problems is very, very low. It's just, you know, it's bad luck. Yeah, probably would. I do have an electric screwdriver somewhere. Exactly. Half of what you're paying for is the tech support. Tech support is not cheap. Huh, that one's loose too. Interesting. I was wondering if that head was going to be loose, and it is. What the hell? Why is there tape here? Just to hold the wires? Huh. Who'd have guessed? It's just the thermistor's bad. It happens. For all I know, the thermistor worked when it left the factory, and just bad luck, doesn't work when it got here. It happens. Why can't I get it out? This one doesn't want to come out. It's being a booger. Heater comes out. There's the heater. Why doesn't the thermistor want to come out? I mean, I should be able to just push it out. There it goes. It was just a little tight. Let's get that back in there so I don't lose it. Delta printers are nice, but I can never suggest them to beginners. All right, the block is loose, but it's not loose into here, so I think that's normal for that block to wiggle around. Huh. Okay. Let's slap this back on so I don't lose it. Any other parts? Just these screws. I should be able to stick them in for now. Just so I don't lose them. Why do you think it would have jammed pretty quick? It was printing fine, except for the fact that the prints just weren't coming out nice because everything was bent. But it didn't give me any jamming inclinations. Like, it didn't seem like it was not going to work. Block, the way the block revolves. Yeah, I'm not sure what's up with that. I may have to take this apart later to see if I can figure out what's up with that. Like, why does that turn? I wonder, does it? Now I'm curious. Now you got me curious. Does it tighten up if I turn it? No, it does not. It doesn't really tighten up. I can hear something turning. But it doesn't particularly tighten up. Let's get this plugged in so I don't lose it. Oh crap, this is the new one. Okay. Yeah, that's the tight one. Okay. Hopefully he's telling everybody to go home, you morons. Like, hey dipshits, go home. Stop being stupid. I don't know. It depends on what that heat looks like inside. Hey, you guys want to see something neat? This is a seat. And it actually holds me. I'm quite a bit heavier than it's rated for, but it held me. So you give it a twist, and it's a chair. How cool is that? Isn't that neat? I thought that was pretty cool. All right, let's get the thermistor installed. And hope that's all it needs. Oh, interesting. The hole on this one's a different size. Nice thing about breakout boards like this is that it's that easy to swap parts. I do not like how loose this hot end is. That does not feel right. I mean, it wiggles. If anything, that's going to cause resolution issues. Cool. Let's get this stuff. Let's see if we can figure this out. Man, that was tight. Okay. I could take this all the way off, but I don't want to. It'd be a pain in the butt to put together. So. Okay, this one does tighten up a little bit. Okay, that does tighten up. Okay. There we go. Now it's tight. That makes me a lot happier. That makes me a whole lot happier. Get that in there. Make sure I use the correct one. No, it threads in. But now it's a whole lot tighter. Still not thrilled by that. I might take it apart later. But it's a lot tighter than it was. Okay. Doesn't jiggle around now. Hello, Jenny! Are you having a good day? That's okay. I don't mind. I just wanted to work at this point. Just remember, if you need to feel better, smack your husband. That'll probably make you feel better. Before I even do anything, let's just plug it in and see what happens. Because we'll know immediately. Still negative 15. Which means it's not the thermistor. Which means it's one of these ribbon cables, most likely. Fun, fun, fun. Or bad board. That could be it, too. Far less likely to be that, but... Okay. Let's get this over here. Yes, I already tried reseating it. We checked the board first. We replaced the thermistor with a known good thermistor. Now the next solution is to start swapping ribbon cables. Until we find the errant... Yeah, well, this board here is good. See, there's a breakout board here. So you have a breakout board. So there's your thermistor connection. There's your heater cartridge connection. So we just swapped the thermistor here. Let me plug this into here so we don't lose it. So we just swapped the thermistor. We know this one works. The thermistor reads correctly. So we know that's not the problem. So now we've swapped the thermistor. It's not the thermistor. So it could be one of these ribbon cables, since the thermistor signal is transferred over this cable and this cable. So I'm going to remove both of these cables from this printer and put them on the other one by one and see what happens. I can't do a continuity test because I have no way of knowing where... Oh, I could do continuity from the board to here. But by the time I do that, I can just swap the cables. Yeah, I'm not a fan of these ribbon cables. They do make it look nicer. I mean, I do appreciate that. But they're a pain if they're not done right. And then you gotta get this tape off and hope you can get it off without destroying it. Because it's on there pretty good. Okay, there is the one cable. Yep, it takes very little to damage these cables. One of the reasons I'm not a huge fan of them is that they're so delicate. I'm assuming that's a V6? V5, V6, whatever that is. I'm not super familiar with the old school hot ends. So probably a V6 then. Yipper. I hit it with a sonic screwdriver. Didn't help. Okay. We are gutting this poor printer. Okay. Okay. I guess we will start with the vertical. I'm trying to be gentle and not bend them. I know they are delicate. Yeah, I know. Okay. It happens. You deal with it, you move on. I did not ask you to fall to the floor, you little bastard. Stay up there, or I told you to. Or you get bitten. Okay. Okay. All right, let's not even tighten it up. Let's just plug it in and see if it works. We're going to do one at a time. Why replace the other one if I don't have to? That turned on. Oh, the light turned on. We may have had a bad cable. That light was not on before. There it is. All right, so this ribbon cable was bad. And you know something? I might have done it. Do you guys remember when I was assembling this printer? And I took these pliers and I used these pliers to seat this cable. I may have damaged that cable when I did that. So that may have been 100% my fault. You can see where I scuffed it too. Where I damaged the, I may have damaged the cable with the pliers. It's possible it came damaged. It's also possible I damaged it with the pliers. So, mental note, do not take pliers to the cables. Okay. That is tight. So that may have been my fault. You live and you learn. I don't know if it's, I doubt it's all metal. It's probably PTFE lined. I'd be very surprised if it was all metal. The purpose of the ribbon cables is to allow them to make it modular. So you notice there's no ugly, nasty wiring harness looping around here. There's no ugly, nasty wiring harness looping across here like you have on a typical 3D printer. It's very clean, very neat. I mean, there are definite advantages to these ribbon cables. They look fantastic. Functionally, they're very nice. It's just when something goes wrong. It's not about budget printers having all metal, because all metal is not really expensive. The clones are just as cheap as anything else. The issue is they don't print well. All metal hot ends suck, unless you're printing high temperature plastics. I do not like the way that jiggles. I'm going to have to do something with that eventually. When you're printing PLA and PETG, you do not need an all metal hot end, and it's usually worse than having an all metal hot end. There's just no advantage. Now, yeah, well, yeah, if you get a really high quality all metal hot end, it's probably just as good. You just got to be careful with retractions. That makes a big difference. Try doing a 6mm retraction with an all metal hot end. See how fast that bad boy clogs up. Nice. Oh, you did say clone. The direct drive is probably what does it for you. I can see the benefit to the ribbons, and I do like the benefits of the ribbons. You just have to be careful with them, that's all. I shouldn't have taken a pair of pliers to it. Maybe I didn't do anything to it. Maybe it's just a bad cable came from the factory, but either way. Oh, Triangle Lab is pretty good, aren't they? Aren't they known to be pretty good? I think they're known to be good. I don't have any direct experience, though. So they are known to be good? That's good. Okay. We're back in business. On to the next problem. Remember, 3D printers are always problems. Bed is heating. I'm going to turn the bed off for now because we don't need the bed to be heating up right now. I'm thirsty. I mean, but look how clean this printer looks. I mean, this is just so clean. I could see the allure of that. And they do take steps to try to protect the ribbon cable. That's what these clamps do. These clamps are so that the end of the cable doesn't get damaged. Holds it in place. Oh yeah, there we go. Now we're extruding. Alrighty, that's working. Let's heat up the hot end, or the bed. I love the graphs on the screen as it's doing its thing. That's actually pretty cool. Hey, 3DP. So I will hang on to that as an extra. I'll have to see if they can send me a couple of extra cables, because I'd like to try to get that other one going. So you can see the one line is the target, and this is the actual. And you can see the actual come up to meet the target. That's actually pretty slick. You see these two are joined because it's reach target. Okay, we are there. Let's see. Motion. And what about auto leveling? Leveling. Do I hit this? Nope. Leveling. Need home. Motion. Controls are not super obvious. Like, how do you home it? And one thing I don't like is the nozzle is hidden. Now, how do I do the automatic bed leveling? Auto leveling. Here we go. Detect Z offset? Sure. Yeah. Just ram it right into the bed, baby. That ain't working. Yeah, that top belt's useless. That top belt is literally worthless. Okay. I guess I have to do this first. Why can't I home it? Well, part of the problem that you run into with printers like this is lack of instructions. Oh, that's how you home. So now what I need to do is adjust this, I believe. Oh, that's all loose. There we go. There we go. That should keep it from crashing into the bed now. Nope. How do I stop it? We don't want... The auto bed leveling is not working. At least I don't know how to make it work. There's no instructions, and I don't know how to make that work, so we're just going to do manual. Well, the belt doesn't work to keep it from going out of sync. Okay. So motion, home to Z. Okay, that is working correctly. But this, even though it's tripping, you can see it's tripping, see? See how it's tripping? It's not working properly. So we're going to ignore it. Now, I am in... Nope, we want to be in manual. Manual. Let's print something. Well, that might be too tight. See how it's got a little dimple right there? So that back wheel is probably too tight. This is an aluminum plate. The belt doesn't work at all. I'm going to get rid of it. Or I'm going to design a tensioner for it. Yeah, I don't think it needs the belt either. The concept is a good idea. The execution is horrible. Hmm. Seems to sense okay. It's just not. I don't know. I don't know how to use it properly. That's probably not a failure of the probe. That's a failure of me not knowing how to use it, and them not including instructions on how to use it. Although they do have videos, which I will watch later. Exactly. Doing a purge. Very quiet. The noisiest thing is the fans. The machine itself is actually pretty silent. About we stop this to start over. That's a nice mark right in the bed there. Let's try that again. And we're going to lower the speed down quite a bit. It was going way too fast. Looks like some sort of PEI or Kapton or something like that. It's some kind of a polymer surface. It's a hell of a purge. That's looking not bad. Let's increase the speed. And now it's too high. Why would the skirt be higher than the print? That makes no sense. Well, mostly all it does is mean you don't have, if I have to replace the thermistor, all I gotta do is replace the thermistor. I don't have to run the wire all the way back to the board. I don't know why the skirt is at a different layer height than the print. That makes no sense why it would do that. That's a slicer issue. That's not a printer issue. I mean, somebody did something stupid in the slice. But I'm curious what this print is. I really want to see it. This here, the little spot camera I have. Hang on, let me get this first layer going. Once I get the print going, I'll get you a link. Boy, this first layer is not happy. I don't know why it's so unhappy. It's peeling in a very weird way. But it might be stuck down enough to finish, maybe. It's not going to stick. Maybe. Probably going to peel off. We'll see. What the hell? Just turn the hell off. Stupid light. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely sliced with Cura, which sucks. There it is. Here's the webcam with the light on it. It's got a narrower field of view than typical, and it's got a short field of focus, which means I can do this. There we go. Really nice unit, and not expensive at all. You can get it for less than $100 right now. It's 104 with 10% discount. Really nice unit. It's got a Sony sensor. Wow. That's insane. Yeah, well, for 25% of the price, yeah, I'd shop non-local too. Hello? Hi. You got it. See you in a little bit. Bye. Here, while that's printing a little bit, I want to toss some boxes outside for the lady who's coming. Give me just a moment. Let me get this out of the way. Yeah. What is it? They suck. Yeah, they kind of suck. No. Very dry. Any more boxes? Yep. No, this is like a PEI type surface, so it shouldn't need any kind of bed adhesive. Although, we're already clogged up. Yep, it's already jammed up. It has stopped printing. Nice. What camera? One of these? Oh. Why was the hot end turned off? There's no way it cooled down to 55 degrees that fast. That's literally impossible to cool down that fast. I think the hot end turned off for some reason, like it cooled down. That would explain why it stopped extruding. I think I'm gonna have to slice my own file. I think this file is garbage. Because there's no way it cooled down to 53 degrees in 10 seconds. which means it was already cold. All right. Simplify 3D. Yep. It's extruding fine, which means for some reason their G-code turned off the hot end. Why the heck it would do that, I have no idea. Let's print a fin. I should have an Obsidian profile. Nope, don't save. 0.4, 0.92. Let's do a 0.6 extrusion. 1.5 retraction, 8mm wipe. Single outline corkscrew. 0.24 tall. 0. No, let's do tops and bottoms. Well, that's a problem. That's a big problem. 60, 220, 210, 200. We're going to leave it at 210 since I'm printing thicker. That all looks okay. Let's do 60. I can speed it up if I want to. Let's try that. MRS Fin G code. What do you mean it's a known issue with Marlin? I've never had Marlin do that before. Ever. And I don't think this is running Marlin either. Let me bring up the camera so I can see when she gets here. Oh, I think she's here. Nope, not yet. Okay. We'll just keep this loaded so I can see when somebody arrives. I don't know. I'm doing my own G code now. So we'll see what happens. I don't trust whatever G code they had running. Something was hinky with that. I'll download the update. It's good that they have a fix out for it, because that's a pretty big problem. What the hell? There we go. It was way up off the bed. That's looking good, though. Why am I getting inconsistent height? Okay, that's starting to stick. Alrighty, buddy. You have a good night. Let me start this over. Now that we have the bed level closer to where it should be. And restart. You have a great night, 3D Print Creator. I'll check out your videos later. That's looking good. I'm just getting inconsistent adhesion to this bed. I don't know why. Maybe I have too much of my fingerprints on it? Oh, I was moving too much. I was at 0.1 instead of 0.01. I bet you that doesn't help. I was moving too large a chunk at a time. So I was always either too far or too close. The fuck is it doing? Yeah, this ribbon cable here was bad. As soon as I plugged that ribbon cable in, the light came on. Oh, I think she's about to get here. Yep, she's here. Let me see if I can get this started. If it'll actually work. Ow, that's hot. It forgets the baby step after each run, too. All right, that's printing. Come on, stick for me, baby, stick. The skirt's sticking. We're going to slow it down. There it goes. That's looking better. Boy, that little booger is sensitive to Z offset big time. It's not perfect, but I think it'll stick this time. As soon as I get this first layer to stick, I'm going to run out and help her real quick. No, it needs some. It's got some. Well, I'm going to update the firmware, and we're going to see what that does. But I also might need to clean this. You know how PEI is real sensitive to oils from your hand? Well, I've had my hands all over the damn thing. So I'm going to go get some alcohol and clean this. But it also doesn't help that it allows you to baby step at 10, 1.1, and 0.01. I was accidentally at 0.1. So I was moving too far past it both ways. That's my fault for not noticing that. But that is sticking. Part of this comes down to less of a printer problem and more of a lack of instructions. Okay, that is sticking. All right, I'm going to go out and help her. I'll be right back. You guys can watch that print while I go help her out. Hello.
I'm Groot.
Damn steps almost killed me. I don't know why. I lost my balance on the steps for some reason. Sneak a large hairball on his print bed. The cats do that just fine. This is something neat. It's a little kid's camera. The digital camera. It's actually got dual lenses. But the really cool part is it prints with a thermal printer built in, so you can make black and white prints using just thermal receipt printer paper right off of the printer, right off the camera. I was like, you know something? That's pretty damn neat. Like, that is just pretty cool. Oh, seriously? It just ripped. All right, temperature's still good. So it hasn't done nothing stupid yet. Like turn off my heater. Oh, it right away prints it. Okay, that's the beginning of the roll, so I expected that to be a little goofy. Oh, you could tell it whether you wanted to print right away or not. Oop. Wow, that's actually a pretty nice picture. Hey, cat. And it just spits the picture out. That's just freaking cool. There's my kitty. That's pretty damn neat. Better quality picture than I expected. Yeah, gives them an instant print. The paper's cheap to replace because it's just thermal, receipt paper. Damn it, that's cool. It's got little color effects. It's got an SD card slot, micro USB charging. Now, how do you get into the different modes? That doesn't do anything. That did something. Oh, there we go. Selfie camera. I love silly gadgets like this. Oh my god, that actually doesn't look too bad. It makes my eyelids look really freaky, though. Oh my god. That's freaking cool. I could probably go to 100% on this. Well, it's not film. It's actually got a thermal printer inside. That's really not a bad picture. The contrast is a little too high. Actually, that looks a little better right there. Hang on, I'll get you a link. It's freaking awesome. I was wondering how it's going to be, but damn it, this is really cool. And you see, now that's a lot better. That's much better contrast. That's actually impressive. And of course, it saves the full color picture to the SD card, so you could print out a better quality picture later if you want. Man, that's cool. And you can, of course, get it in blue or pink. Because of how I got it, I didn't get a choice. You know, I had to take it like it was. It's $60 with a 10% discount. Hang on, I'll give you a link. That is really freaking cool. That's getting added to my list. Because that's just neat. Okay, let's add it to... I think I have a cameras category. Phone stuff? Nope. Photography. I added it to the photography category. Now I really want the blue and yellow one. Oh my god, that's so cool. They have other ones too. They have different designs. They're probably all the same camera, just different shell and stuff like that. So if you go down below products related to this item, you can see all different kinds of versions of this thing. And it does video as well. That is so freaking cool. Let's plug it in and see what the pictures look like. It's charging. Okay, so it might not pop up as a UMS device. I'd be very surprised if it didn't. It does not pop up as a UMS device. So it's charging, but I don't see a way of downloading the pictures from it. I mean, do you have to take the SD card out? It might be the USB hub. I'm on a funky USB hub. That could be it as well. Yeah, this is printing nice. Although I see a little zits. I should not have those zits there. Okay, let's try on and then plug in. That is a negative on that. Let me try a different USB cable, just in case. I think this is the one that came with it, but it's possible it's not. think that's a micro? Yes. There might be equivalents near you. It turns on and then turns off when I plug it in. The red light says charging. Is there any instructions? It says you can export to the computer with a USB connection, but I don't see a way to do that. Meaning it does not pop up with any option to do that. Correct. Thermal printer requires no ink. It uses heat to change the color of the paper. So you never ever need ink. Yeah, sounds like Canada gets a bad deal on a lot of this stuff. This is so freaking cool. I don't even care that it's pink. This is just freaking awesome. So if I press and hold, it switches to video mode. So now I can record video. Hi, kitty. Hello, kitty. Are you trying to stalk my 3D printer? Huh? You trying to stalk my 3D printer? Yeah, you better watch yourself, buddy. And press and hold, switch back to picture. You could turn on and off print mode so it doesn't print unless you want it to. That is for the selfie camera. Psst, psst, psst. Hey, you weirdo. Hey. You weirdo. Ah, you look down. You weren't supposed to look down. Yeah, I would not pay $148 for this. I mean, this thing is really cool, but it's not $150 cool. Hey, what did this just do? Hey, it's still at temperature. Hi, baby. Hey. Psst, psst, psst. Psst, 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 psst. What are you doing? Gotcha. I just love that it prints the pictures, and they're actually halfway decent. Oh my god, that looks fantastic. I mean, that is a perfectly acceptable picture. I mean, look at that. I bet you I can get you an eBay link. So let's see. Instant print camera for kids. Let's do a search for that on eBay. I bet you it'll come up. I bet you there's a whole bunch of them. Oh yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. And it's about the same price, $50. Let's see. How do I get into that? I'm trying to remember how I get into eBay. Well, if you click on my eBay link in the video description, I have a link for eBay. Just type in instant print camera for kids. So just click on my eBay link and type that in. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Copy. And then type this in. And it'll pop up. And I bet you it'll be on sites like GearBest too. Go away, whatever you are. It's on GearBest, but it's a little expensive. It's $66. Let's check Banggood. That is just so damn neat how well that works. And cheap. You know, because it's just thermal paper. Yep, less than $50 on Banggood. Hang on, I'll get you a link. Let's see. Play program. Ad center, link customizer. That's not too bad. I do have an Amazon UK link down below. Create link, short link. And here for people who are not in the UK or the US, here's a Banggood link for about the same price, about $50. Now, the question is, I found this thermal paper. So how big is, oh, there's buttons on the front? No. How big is this roll? See, these rolls are actually not that cheap. But the reality is, it is just thermal paper. Which means I should be able to use any thermal paper as long as it fits inside that cavity. So how big is this? This is... It is 26 millimeters. Because I can get 50 rolls for $15. So it's 2¼ inches. That's correct, 2¼ inches. But it says 1/2 inch diameter core. This has only got a 1/4 inch diameter core. But it has to be small enough to fit. And they may have intentionally made it smaller to make it harder to get. Like, is there room for an extra 1/4 inch in here? Maybe. See, I don't want to order, 50 goddamn rolls and then find out it doesn't fit. That's a pretty tight fit in there. Meaning it might need to be these rolls with the smaller center hole. See, that's got a real small hole in the center there. That's a 1/4 inch hole, while most of these thermal rolls that I'm looking at have a 1/2 inch hole, which means I think they're going to be too big to fit inside of here. So let's do a search for 2¼ inch thermal. See if I can find any small rolls. Because my gut tells me that's too big. There's 100 rolls for 28 bucks. But can I find any little ones? Here's register rolls. So let's see if I can do a search by that. I know, but I want to get them from Amazon. So I can get them cheap and I can get them fast. I don't want to wait a month. You Europeans might not have to wait a month, but us Americans got to wait like a month. See, yours lists it as 57 by 25, but none of the ones that I see here list it like that. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so it's a 30-foot roll I need. 30-foot roll. The 30-foot roll has a 25mm diameter. Nice. Oh, wait a minute. That has to be the diameter of the center. Because this is 27mm, which is close enough. I have no idea. But I can get 144 rolls for 60 bucks. Okay, so I need 2¼ by 30. 30 foot. See, I want that dirt cheap $13, $14 price. Two and a quarter by 30. Come on. It keeps bringing me to tools. Ow. Okay, so let's... What the hell? Yeah, that's probably it. But I'm trying to find like receipt paper because it'll be significantly cheaper per roll. Although some people have said when they use different paper, the quality of the print isn't as good. And I wasn't aware. See, that's 9 rolls for $14. I'll definitely get that if I have to. But if I can get, 50 rolls for the same price, I'd rather do that. Hey, there's the fin. Not bad, not bad. Not perfect, but not bad. It looks like this has the buffer issue with, you know, it gets the little dimples on it from printing too fast. Looks like it comes out to be a length issue. So this roll is 27 millimeters in diameter. And I'm pretty sure a larger one won't fit in here. It certainly looks like it won't fit if I were to try to jam a bigger roll in there. Now let's see if it prints one on its own without me having to do anything. It looks like it does not remember the offset, though, between prints. Hopefully that's something else they fixed in the firmware. So this is 20. So far, this is the best deal. 24 rolls for 20 bucks. Obviously, 144 rolls for 60 is the best deal. See, this is the killer deal here. This is 50 rolls for $14.79, but it's 50-foot rolls, which that half-inch diameter there, I think that's too much. I don't think this is going to fit inside the camera. The problem is they're not giving me the dimensions of the roll. It gives me all kinds of compatibility, which of course is not going to mention the camera. But it doesn't tell me what the actual dimensions of the roll are. That's the dimensions of the box. Link. Because this is the best deal, but it's pointless if it doesn't fit. I'm trying to see if anywhere else it lists. Ah, 1 7/16 inch OD. Way too big. Okay. I need just over an inch. So that's yeah, it's too big. Link too long? It's 20 characters. What does link too long mean? So this definitely will not fit. It says here one of the users says it's a 1 7/16 inch. We can't be more than 1 1/16 inch. So it is too big. That's a pity, because that is so cheap. So can't do that. This would work. It's quite a bit more expensive. You're paying $5 more for half the number of rolls, and the rolls are 20% smaller. So that's actually really expensive, but a lot cheaper than the other ones. So let's add that to the cart. Here's another. That's the same thing, I think. Let's see here. Let's try 2.25 thermal paper. $50, too big. That's 3 1/8, too big. That's the cheapest so far. This looks like a big roll. Excuse me. POHOV. Hang on a second. One 3/8. That's 6/16. That's still too big. So it looks like I need to use the 30-foot rolls. I'm Groot. Yeah, it's all about that core diameter. That looks like a tiny diameter. But that might be a stock picture. Mm-hmm. 36 millimeters. That's too big. Yeah. Okay. At least I think it's too big. I'll have to print out a 36 millimeter roll and see if it fits in there. That's not what I asked you to do. Space bar, please. Thank you. Nothing comes up when I do that. Oh, there, that comes up. All right, that's 50, too big. 85, too big. It brings up Thermal King. It kind of annoys me they didn't just make the camera a little bit thicker. And we are balling up. So that did not remember the settings properly. You naughty, naughty computer. Let's try this again. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to update the firmware on this because it's not remembering my the settings. Oh, here's some skinnies. No. But look at that. It's a 50-pack for $9. It might be worth hacking this thing to take bigger rolls. Look at that. 50 rolls for $9. It's like, what the hell? It might almost be worth getting these rolls and just peeling off 20 feet of paper. Because they're so much cheaper. Wouldn't that just be ironic if that ended up being cheaper? How crazy would that be? There we go. Yeah, it doesn't remember the offset each time you print. Man, my foot is killing me. So I do not have a dimension for this one. I can probably get an approximate dimension. Let's see. Product dimensions 4.9 by 3.8 by 2.7. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't even make any sense. That box is clearly not that size. Unless that's each of these shrink-wrapped slabs. Yeah, there's a shrink-wrap set. But even that's too small. Wait a minute, 4.9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'd be 1 inch each. Ooh. That's almost worth the $9 price to find out. Huh. That's almost worth the price to find out. Because if it's 4.9 inches wide, each of these rows. But see now, if it's 5 of them, that's 1 inch each. That's about 25.4 millimeters. And that'd be just about perfect. Boy, that thing is really going fast. I don't think it needs to go that fast. But it is sticking perfectly now. The problem is it doesn't remember the offset each time you start a print. So you set the offset, but it doesn't remember it. I think we're going to try both. We can't do this one. That was wrong. But this one might be right. And this one could possibly fit. So we're going to try it. Yeah, keep displaying my fucking address like an idiot. This thing is cute. This thing is really cute. Oh, there's the kitty. You can't really see him. There he is. That is a really good picture considering. Considering it's freaking thermal paper. I mean, that's a good picture. And a decent resolution. I'm really impressed by that. And you even have a little tab on the side here by the nature of being able to having to tear it off. So you can write notes on there, you know, put a name on there, whatever you want to do. Wow. I've actually never seen a thermal print that clean before. You know, that much grayscale resolution. You know, dynamic range. It has a lot more dynamic range than thermal prints usually have. Jeez. Now I should be able to view pictures. Oh, you can add things to pictures. Oh, that's cute. Watch this. Oh, it zoomed in for some reason. You can add stamps to your pictures. That is absolutely adorable. Oh my God, that is so adorable. Nope. Oh, yeah, I can bring stuff up. Ah, okay. If you tap the power button, You can bring up menu options. Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Oh, looks like it has a game called Hungry Snake. Ow. So what does this do? Print shade. What does high do? Let's find out. I'm hoping that means it increases the resolution. Or at least the color shading. Holy crap. So this can do even better quality. Now this one's a little dark, but you can see how there's more dynamic range in the picture. Far more dynamic range. Let me try kitty picture again. How do I turn off these silly... This is one of those rare times where you buy a cheap, silly toy camera and it ends up being so much better than you expected it to be. It's like, it shouldn't be this good, but it is. That's incredible. Now, some parts of that are actually a little too dark. Interesting. Okay. So let's test that again. Let's go down to low and set it for low and see what that does. Yeah, it doesn't make as much of a difference as I thought. It is a little lighter. So I wonder what that actually does. I wonder what the shade does. Print shade. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at medium. I'm going to guess this is not actually a 12 megapixel camera. I'm going to guess that it's actually an 8 megapixel camera, so I'm going to set it for 8 megapixels. Now, how do I play back? Oop, that's how you take a picture. I cannot get over how freaking cool this is. That's too bright. It does have trouble with adjusting for brightness change, and that's really important in a grayscale picture. Huh. That is interesting. Oh, there you can play it back. You press and hold the print button and you can play it back. Now, can I print it? Yes, I can. So I can play back pictures and I can make another print. So there's the printer going. That's pretty freaking cool. You know, I bet you could print stickers. If you could find a roll of thermal sticker paper that fit in here, meaning not individual labels, but a continuous roll of sticker paper, that should work. If you can find one that is the physical dimensions to fit in here. Now, there is a cheater way we can work with it too, because there's nothing on the bottom. It's an open space inside. So I could put a slot in here, and I could load paper externally. In theory, that would work. It looks like a little gear drive driving the paper when it pinches on this roller. So you see the little gear teeth here? So there must be a, yeah, see the gear drive inside there? So in theory, you could put an external little holder on here, and you can load whatever paper you want in there, as long as it's 2 1/4 wide. So we might be able to print stickers with this. That's kind of cool. That is just freaking cool. Print me another kitty. That looks fantastic. I printed my kitty. That is just neat. I'm going to have fun with this. Alrighty, guys. I am glad we got this working, and it's printing a decent quality print, which means this isn't bent. So the first one was just a shipping issue. So I am glad to know that. I am going to talk to them about the bad ribbon cable. I'm gonna put the new firmware on here, and I'm gonna see if that takes care of saving the offset. And then I'm also going to watch. It comes with video instructions on the SD card, so I'm gonna see if any of those videos talk about how to use the ABL sensor. So I can use the. Although this is so flat, I don't think you need an ABL sensor. But yeah. Oh, I also like that the screensaver kicks on. So it just says Ortur Obsidian, and it's nice and dim. So you're not, you don't have that screen going, but if you touch it, it brings up your where you're at. So I like the UI a lot. They did a good job on the UI. Mechanically, the printer is pretty sound. I would like to be able to set a negative offset so I can compress this bed a little tighter. Although it is tight, it's not jiggling. So I think they should maybe include a spare ribbon cable, if that's practical. The timing belt is worthless. They need to get rid of that. It doesn't do anything. Without a tensioner, it literally doesn't do anything. So get rid of the tensioner. There's the timing belt, or put a tensioner on it. The direct drive seems to work well. It even comes with a sample TPU, so I'm going to try printing this fin in TPU and see how that works out. I wonder why it makes such a different noise. I think that's the cooler cooling it. So we're going to have to try a solid print and see if the backside gets appropriate cooling. I think that sound you're hearing is actually the airflow hitting the part. This needs a little work. This is a bit janky. And I'm not thrilled at the alignment for the belt across the x-axis because it's pinched in the middle. It doesn't self-adjust like it normally might. Not a huge deal. It does not appear to be adding any artifacts to the print. So that might just be me being picky. So that might be a non-issue. I will try the firmware update, and I will be sure to report back to you guys. So far, it is working well. It does need some refinements. It does need some improvements. Good bones, but needs a little work. I will see you guys later. Let me see if there's anybody I have to give a shout out to. Loading up the Gmail. And did I get everybody? Yep, I think I got everybody. So I will see you guys later. We're going to go make some dinner. It's almost 5 o'clock here. So I will see you guys all next week. You guys have a great first week of the new year. Let's go see if they burn down Washington, D.C.